and good morning. How's everyone today? Happy Thursday. Let's get to it. All right. Sorry, I lost something, and I'm looking for it. So I'm gonna move the camera again. This goes better up here. Oh, bear with me. There we go. So, where to today? I think. Let's see. I have to open Godot's console bits off screen just because I don't want to leak the secrets. I did a check beforehand, and they leak left and right here. I need to make sure that I'm not messing stuff up here. Doris Rust. How's your week going? Everything going all right? Let's get this going. Good morning, Phoenix the Beautiful. How are you? All right, now I need to take this to that other window. Great. And now we have Godot. If we run it, let's see if I can share this. It looks like it. Yeah, we currently get a panic. Starting new connection. We're asking for a broadcaster ID, this. And at this point, we've made a connection to Twitch. We've gotten our broadcaster ID, a couple other things. But then we get this panic at where? Oh, we're calling block on, it looks like. Week is going well? Just being impatient about the junior Linux admin job prospect? Oh, yes. Very exciting. That's cool. One of the first things I did was system administration. Managing Apache configs, email servers. Toss that back off screen. All right. So last night, I changed some things. I added this authenticate in the register methods as an async function. Now, if we look at what happened there, we just have in the register methods a builder with a build method, async new authenticate function. If we look at the definition here, it's just an empty struct. We implement async method for this base type on that. And then we get this spawner. We can remove the debugs. So we ask the spawner to spawn something, right? And what we end up spawning is the result of this. So this is a function that produces a future. Now, they give us all sorts of things. Context, this, args. So what we end up doing is we have to take this, pull out some of the RC cloned bits. I went ahead and just packaged up the access token bits, the user, the channel. Actually, I don't think this is access token. This should be like a request token, shouldn't it? Token response. Let's rename that. Oops. Okay. Back to where we were. Now it's called token response. We get these one cell, ref cells. Ref cells to option of user. And we can do this by using a reference counted pointer, an RC, as opposed to the atomically ref counted pointer, which I'm normally using. Hardly ever do single threaded stuff. But here we are in Godot doing single threaded async. So it's a chance to actually try these out for what feels like the first time. Hey, sarcastic Dante, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Still waking up. So we grab these three elements, we return them, and let's rename this one. This is also token response. And this. All right. So once we have the token response, the user, the channel, then we get into actually fetching these things. We fetch the token. We put it inside of that ref cell option. Now, curiosity, we end up replacing this in the cell. And instead of on the option, we call replace on the cell, the ref cell. $3 p.m. there? Yeah. Oh, man. We did some more digging last night. And then some neighbors were poking it up and down the road on quads. I'd go out there and get all angry eyes at them. We got little kids. And what if somebody was just like pulling out of their driveway? They're not expecting a quad going 50. So. I think we should probably pull in Async Godot into, not Async Godot, but the, oh, what is it? Godot EXT, which means splitting Godot EXT. I don't really want to split Godot EXT right now. I just don't. Godot EXT has some async stuff in it. All right. So it's basically the same thing that we're doing over and over again. we get enough information out to be able to make the next fetch, we save the result. Get enough information out, make the fetch, save the result. We're also returning an empty variant. It's a variant that has nothing. We could have some sort of error code. Maybe we should return some sort of error here, right? Log it, report the error. That would work. Why don't we try that? Yeah, it was a teenager and her father. She had just gotten a quad and they were testing it out, tuning it basically. It was running rich. Oh, you could smell it. It was rich. I don't know which one it was. I presume it was hers. Why do I have this? So if this fails, a variant from I64. This is a 1. We'll turn 1. I think in Godot, let's see, what is okay? When I say okay, I mean like literal okay here. It has the value of 0. Right? 1 is failed. Okay, so it failed or it was okay. We're going to return 1 if it fails. And we'll return 0. Actually, we want that one. On success. I mean, is that good enough error handling? I mean, it's getting better. Go somewhere that's appropriate with their trailers and trucks and all that stuff. Yeah, you'd think, huh? Or just the next road over. I mean, the next. I mean, and the road's not actually in the greatest condition either. The kid, you know, quads aren't the safest things, and they're booking it up and down, no helmets, whatever. And I mean, if she just hits like a pothole or something and takes it wrong. All right. So our authenticate function goes through and just fetches everything that we need to run. The channel ID, everything. Next, we're going to swap out the, not the events, but the connect function. Because here we have connect. And I think this should also be an async function. Because we call block on right here. I don't think we should do this here. I think we should pipe this into an async function. Like a Godot async function. One that we can yield on. I think that's actually working. In Godot, I changed this to get this little foo back. Actually, we could say self.twitch.authenticate. Toss this in here. And then when this async call is done, when that's been completed, we get the result back. We can check the result. Or if it's not equal to okay. Not equal to, okay. We'll just return. I don't know. We already print. We print the other thing. We can do the same thing here. Yeah, we're teaching our kids to drive too, and that's. I just say, okay, if somebody's, betting their life, stay out of the casino. You know, don't want to be part of that party. No, thank you. All right. So we've got connect. We didn't set up unauthenticate. Probably should. Maybe we'll do this one first, as opposed to this one. Oops, not cut. Yeah, comment. Let's do unauthenticate. We'll yield on this. Wait for that to be completed, and then it's done. This down here is just saved code. It's not supposed to be in free. All right. Let's jump back into the code. Remove more of these debugs. Oh, not in this section though. Let's connect. Unauthenticate. Now this should be its own function. Self.revoke token. That doesn't exist. Yeah, getting there alive. So much more important than getting there on time. And we keep telling him, like 10 minutes early is on time. Hopefully if they get in a situation, they'll have plenty of time to just, back off or something. All right. So let's build up this unauthenticate. We're going to create another struct unauthenticate function. Simple async method for Twitch. Authenticate. Simple default members. Good. Gonna return some for this. Call that unauthenticate. Now in here we can put kind of the setup code and then the async code. Unauthenticate. That's it for that there. Now here. Spawner.spawn. I think there aren't very many functions on here. Yeah, you just have spawn. I wonder why they're using an arc if this is always single threaded. Let's go ask the question. This PR, I think, is still open. It's part of why we're doing this. Let's see, which file is this? Method. If the CIO from my last interview said that you would hear back in 2 weeks, should you wait 2 weeks to follow up? Let's see. If you're waiting 2 weeks, it's likely that they are still interviewing people, not saying that they're not choosing you, just like they're going through their list. That happens everywhere. So that's a tough question. Have you interviewed at other places at the same time? When it's probably good to stay kind of fresh in their mind, but you don't want to be nagging, you know? I could see that sort of email, like, hey, just, I enjoyed the interview, you know, thank you for taking the time to yada, yada, yada. I can see doing something like that, just some sort of cordial, like, thank you. You can get on multiple interviews and accept one offer, though you never do that. I usually always do that. Oh, okay, that's not entirely true. I've done that maybe half the time. The other half of the time, I know people where I would like to be, and so I'm gonna read this here. Oh, I see. The async method is sensing and static. Oh, which is why they're using the arc. You were lucky enough to always get the job? Yeah, I could see that. You know, well, once when I did it, it was Apple, Microsoft, and what's the other one? Adobe? Yeah, it's a rough time. Hey, Zetacron. Good morning. I don't think I went to any of those. It was the fourth one I ended up going to. Okay, so that answers that question. It's because native classes send in sync. Out of 3 tries, you should. Wow, yeah. It's good to be persistent. You already sent the thank you one. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I could see that. A little later on that. All right. Well, I hope you get it. You got another one that gonna line up next? Close that. Spawner.spawn. I give it a function which has 3 things in it. What were the 3 elements? Context, this, and args. That's where I'm looking. I got a recruiter email. What was it, yesterday? You know what they said? They said Happy Wednesday at the very beginning of the email. Like, what? Were they watching the stream, or are they just like a Happy Wednesday person also? It's very surprised. Okay, unit is not a feature. Yes, we have to return async. Let's say it's an async move, right? So we return that. Now, we want... yes, and this has to return a variant. Variant from I64 0. Oh, you're more than welcome, Phoenix the Beautiful. Yeah, I don't think you're looking for kind of sysadmin stuff, right? Kind of operations. I don't think I know anybody right now. We had been in the market, but I don't think we are now. All right. So in this location, prepare for the async. Now in here, what we're gonna end up doing is pulling this variables out of this, which do first, because I think if we look at the documentation, move some of this up. Yeah, DevOps stuff. Gotcha. All right, and that's going to be a post. Twitch API OAuth. That's not it. Revoke token. And in this case, we want the client ID and the token. Ooh, interesting. Why do we need the client ID for that? Are the tokens not unique enough? Trying to start in operations to later move to DevOps. Oh, cool. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's a big field right now. Great error. All right. Auth to revoke. Query client ID token. No JSON on this one. Oh, is that a Grandier? Don't scare the poor the young ones. Let's say token response. Post. Good. Oh, token response. No, we don't want that. What kind of response is it though? Just remove that. I don't know that I want to do anything with that. And I want to know if it's an error or not, which we'll get here. But what's an error in this case? 400? Depending on the company. You could be stuck in ops or end up learning stuff that companies do not think is valuable as DevOps. We have a friend that made the move in the UK, so it really depends on the employer. Yeah, and it's going to be different. I think any sort of experience for this is going to be good, right? Also showing that you can learn kind of a go-getter, you know? I don't like the word go-getter, so I used it. Yeah, let's look up what a request response is. Just close all of these. Except for the code review. Don't want that. But I guess I really want docs. Request. Status code. Maybe we should return the status code. I could see people like kind of getting into DevOps in one place and saying, you know what, I want to try something else. I want to try, you know, a different company after a couple of years and say, see how it changes. Is it, so Phoenix the Beautiful, is it a large company or a small company? At least log it. Oh, we don't have log in this crate. Right. Excuse me. You're very new to Linux in the professional world. Yeah, absolutely. 200-ish employees. Makes sense. That's kind of the size of the company I like, you know? Oops, wrong button. Sorry. What's private? Okay, so we have to use the function. There we go. This looks good. Let's go ahead and call that revoke token. Way back here. We need 2 elements, the client ID. I think we're just going to pull out of the environment. See, I was creating these little wrapper functions here. I don't know if I really want that. They could exist right here. I mean, this one right here is a longer function. Evoke token. Token. Stir client ID. All right. Our revoke token. Oh, yes. And we have unit. And it feels like this client ID, the stuff that we're getting out of the environment, we should probably have loaded up and stored somewhere. We'll consider that. But at this point, we need this dot map. This will give us a script. Access token. That's what we need. What do we want to get out of that? This is going to be RC clone. That. We want to clone this piece here. Right? Right? Yeah. RC clone that. We're missing a borrow. Art clone and RC clone both need the borrows there. We need the token response. I think just the token response, don't we? Unless, of course, we're going to put the other stuff on that struct too. Okay, we map that. We get the token response out. Now, inside of this, revoke token. We give it just the token. So token responds. Now that's our result because of this map. I don't know. Alright, so we have RC rough cell option. Borrow. I don't know. Because we're inside of the rough cell, we need to get to the rough cell. Oh, what is it on rough cell again? Yeah, it's just borrow. Now at this point we should have the rough. Okay. Now it's an option, isn't it? As rough. Unwrap. Should be set already. And then access token. Let's just match it. All right. Actually, we only want to do this on air, don't we? We'll return. What I'm thinking is we would return like the value of 1 for fail. If let error is equal to this. Oh. All right. So generic error returned. Godot warn. Oh yeah. All right. Let's. Token borrow. That's better. All right. And that should work. That's what we should do for implementing async for that. Okay. Spawns never used. That's right. That's good. Maybe. What else? Listen's not used. Yeah, I know. We'll get to that. We're on our way there. All right. That compiled. So we should be able to see this happen. Bear Duda, good morning. Good morning. So I'm going to set a couple breakpoints here. Give this a run. Okay, good. Nothing yet. That should have hit the breakpoint. And it didn't. Oh, well, thank you for the sub, Duda. Thank you, sir. Just one moment. Okay. Komodo hype? Yes. So this didn't get run at all. I was hoping to get something there. Because we need some way to be able to destruct. So here's free, but it's not virtual. Virtual, init, notification, virtual. What about node? Enter an exit tree. Yeah, it's Rust. Backseat Benny, good morning. How are you? We going okay? And right now we're looking at Godot, which is that game engine. In fact, they had a new version released yesterday, which we could pick up. See if it all works. Oh, you're familiar with Pascal from the late 90s. Ooh, exciting. I like Rust. I've done C, Erlang, Java, all sorts of languages. And I think Rust is my favorite, not just because it's the most recent. I think the honeymoon period's worn off, right? We've been doing this for, what, a year and a half? Okay, I want the standard version. Version 3.3 got released yesterday? Yeah, just save it. Thank you. All right. Do something with that later. See, I was hoping that they have this kind of constructor here that you can override for ready. But what do we do for the opposite? Oh, Python. Yeah, Python's great too. See, it does. Let's say that we did have the funk exit tree. Does this even get called? Run it again. I want to make sure that the secrets we're leaking are not visible to you. Okay. There we go. Oh, okay. So we do get the exit tree. Lovely. So we'll just do this in exit tree then. All right. Step over. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Act on Dev. Oh, thank you, buddy. Thank you for the sub, and good morning to you too. We gotta get that a little bling going. That's what we're going for. And thank you for the follow, Backseat Bunny. So we click that button there, the step over button. Why? I mean, do we hit line 16 at all, or line 17 when we shut down? We don't. And it doesn't even make the request. It's like unauthenticated didn't actually get called. Damn. Oh, the font is awful here. But basically, we got the user, Mr. Halsey. And then we also got the broadcaster ID. So we can see that we're pulling up the information that we need to start listening to the pub sub information. However, the call to unauthenticate didn't happen. So why? Can you not do a yield in the exit tree? I imagine it's just like everything else. Should be able to wait there. Unless we did something in here. Maybe we're not awaiting something. Here's unauthenticate. Revoke token. That gets awaited. This gets awaited. We're awaiting here. Did we even hit this point? No, we didn't. Okay, how far did we get? Let's drop some debugs in here. DBG. 1, 2, 3. Oh, too many. Secton, you guys ever get your internet figured out? $221 and $230. Oh, ObjectDB instances leaked at exit. Uh-oh. Alright, so where's 230? There. Alright, so maybe yielding on exit tree doesn't work? It didn't even bother to touch inside of this. You still have some random packet loss? Had the kids out last night digging a trench so we could bury that new Cat 7 cable. Got Starlink up on a pole on a building. That's going pretty well. Actually, I forgot to plug in my phone this morning. Let's do that now. And we'll check on Starlink. How is it doing? Oh, Starlink. Says we're online. That's good news. We can kind of check over here too. Oh, it says we were obstructed. Oh, actually it says last 4 hours. Oh, here, I'll try to share this. Gotta turn the brightness down on this, otherwise it gets a little angry. Okay, so just ignore the reflections, etc. You can see kind of, nope, it's all backwards, but about here, you can see it says last 4 hours. And that there means that they updated it last night. Because it's only been up for 4 hours. Other than that, it's been down for 1.5 minutes in 4 hours. Which actually seems like a lot. Yes, online is better than offline. Tell me about it. Let's see, what changed though? We go into advanced. Okay, the router didn't go down. Just the dish. Okay. Well, looks like it's working. So. Yeah, and they have a bunch of trains that aren't in position yet. So that'll just make it better. And everybody and their mother is like getting all pissy about Starlink. They're trying to stop it left, right, up, down, center. Because it's just gonna flip the internet industry on its head. I think a lot of people like where I am, they will go with the local business. Right? Because it's not Comcast, it's it's Joe's internet, and you know Joe. It's not really Joe, but you get what I'm saying, right? So, but I think people in other areas where it's like Comcast or it's like AT&T and you have a horrible experience every year, that I think those guys are going to be more apt to raise a stink. Yep, and constellations. And here, let's see. Our daily satellite map. We haven't done Chronicles of George today. Look at all these trains that aren't yet in place. Oh, and they have their polar train. Oh, we caught it at just the right moment. You can see it actually going over. Okay, let's change this to the Mercator view. So I want to see all the trains at once. We got one that's spanning the left right now. There we go. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that aren't yet in place. It might look like a lot of space debris. But these things are tiny. And they're in atmosphere. So if something goes wrong, there is enough drag that it'll just come back to Earth. Which is why each satellite has like a max lifespan of what, 4 or 5 years? Because the what's it? They're not using Xeon for propulsion. They're using Krylon or Cryon. Forget exactly. And once they run out of propulsion, then well, they should deorbit before they run out of propulsion. Before they run out of propellant. But yeah. What is that? It's like 380 satellites that aren't yet in place. So it's 60 per train. Yeah. It's a lot. A lot of stuff. Oh, look at that. There's our buffers. It'll get better. Just gotta wait it out. It's gotten a lot better. So I got this little fly buzzing around. Things are starting to thaw. Gonna whack the camera. Oh, I missed it. That's gonna bug me. Oh, you love having to log into a website to port forward. Oh man. North of Poland, barely in range. Yeah. Is it? It's in range? Oh. Oh, I see. Wow. What train is this? They're kind of parked. Yeah, these guys are also parked, aren't they? It's neat. It's just neat to watch. Okay. So, back to where we were. This async bit here is not working. How do we get this to work? This is the last debug we see. We call spawn on the spawner, but... Oh. Is it because our driver, Rust lib, is getting removed from the tree? See, here's the process function. On every frame, process should get called. And then we kind of pump the Tokyo machinery from inside of it. But I'm guessing that this got yanked. Let's do an export here. Function. What is it called? The exit from tree. Oh, is it just exit tree? Okay, we'll override that. Exit tree. Self owner. Just want to see what it does. DOCSIS 3 should more or less last forever. What's the bandwidth on DOCSIS 3? What's a theoretical max? Yeah, that's a lot. A lot. 10 gigabit per second upstream and down. Thank you for the muted bit. I got myself with that again. Eventually I'll do it the opposite, right? So I mute myself to talk and then just cough into the mic. It's a learning experience. All right. I'd love to get one of those little the little mute button things. Like you have to have it depressed, like you have to hold it down. I had some on Amazon, but they're like $100. It's not that I want the box. I'm searching for the wrong thing. Then I don't know what this cable is called. Telephony. XLR. Let's say phantom mic mute. It's like this. I don't know why they're $50. So just there's like no demand. Will pass phantom power with no popping on the output. See, that's what you want. Configurable to be push, mute, or release. Mute by a second switch. Okay. Oh, interesting. So you have to press it to talk occasionally. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, momentary or otherwise. But yeah, something like that. Like hold it down. Yeah, XLR. Because this plug here. Basically what goes into the bottom of the mic. Here, I'll unplug it and see if you can see it. And there we go, forgetting to actually mute the mic when I'm playing with the cable. So, oh, you have the same thing, yeah. Yeah, this is the first time I've really used an XLR mic or cable. My dad, he's probably got like a bucket full of them. All right, so no yielding in exit tree. Your audio interface has a mute button on it? Yeah, that is nice. Morning, Idri. How you doing? Yeah, I've got a, let's see, in OBS, let's see. Oh, I guess I could switch this to push to mute, because I have mute and unmute set to F9. All right, I'm going to switch it to shift. That did nothing. Hotkeys. F12. Testing, testing. Yep, nope. That's still not muted. I have no idea why these sometimes work, sometimes don't. Yeah, I can toggle mute just fine. Maybe it just doesn't like F12? Hotkeys. Mute. Let's try F10. Nope. I got it pressed down right now. Spacebar maybe? Hotkeys. Yeah, no. Press to mute doesn't work. Alright, but let's switch this up here. Let's get this to be not async. We might have issues with that. I'll have to work through them. Yeah. Where's my terminal? Oh, Kitty. I kept going to Alacrity over here. Good terminal. Okay. No. Yes, technically, we don't have to have them call this. We could do it ourselves. So we automatically unauthenticate on teardown. I'm gonna, can I leave that there? All right, unauthenticate. Should probably move this into something. I mean, it's all the same thing, isn't it? It's not actually that much. See if we can get it working. Export function exit tree self and owner. It's a resource, isn't it? All right. It'll be a little easier than this. You want to love Godot? You really do? What do you think you're holding out for 4.0? Oh, but did you read the blog post on this? 3.3 just came out. They keep pulling stuff from 4.0 back into 3. I mean, look at this. You know, they go through this and they talk about, okay, long-term support and all that, right? Because if you're going to make something at Godot, you want it to be supported for a long time. A version change, yada yada, long-term support for 3.x. They keep pulling stuff back from 4 into this. Have you watched? I haven't. Is it good? Could you link it? I don't see it in here. But yeah, this is interesting here. The threading type for HTML5 runtime. With this, does this change GD native? I mean, look, GD native threads. Does this mean we can now have Rust plus Godot on a web page? The CPU light mapper, all sorts of stuff are still landing in 3.x. It's not dead yet. Tea time. Godovians, huh? Okay. I'm just going to pour my tea here while that runs. We're not going to spend 15 minutes looking at this, but I'm going to save this for later. All right. When that open source project there just looks cool. It just looks cool. All right, I'm gonna save that for later. We're gonna try to figure this out. Keep going back to Unity, huh? Yeah, I understand. It took me a while to kind of grok Godot. But once I did, it just became so easy. Seriously? Your disk space is almost full. Really? Huh. We only have a gig left. Okay. We can work with that. Looks like I still have that wired up. Oh, there it goes. Anyhow, let's get back to it. All right. There it goes. Try just bring up a little bit of space. I don't want to run into issues here in just a moment. It's stuff that I would never, ever go back and look at. Why is it still here? All right. That should have given us 3 gigs or so. Yay. 4 available. Okay. Now, can we do this here in such a way that that we can block there and still run our async bits? Can we have block on? Node equals game object. Yeah, pretty much. You can attach logic to anything in there. I think with Unity, you could actually attach multiple scripts to a node, where you can't do that in Godot. Okay, let's see if we can just block on this task. Great. Block on. I think this is gonna have an issue. It's gonna have some runtime issue, but I don't remember the errors, but we'll have to see it so we can fix it. Oh, there it is. All right. Godot. And let's get rid of this exit tree here. Nothing. Did not get rid of it. Huh. Why not? Why not? Move that off screen again. Did we at least hit this point? No, we didn't. That was never a hit. Why not? Is that named incorrectly? A resource extends from reference, which extends from object. But this type here is spatial. How does that work? I thought our type here wasn't spatial, was it? It's resource. Maybe that's a problem. Why it didn't get called. Why are we getting those errors? Trait bound, resource owner arg spatial shared is not satisfied from saferef. That's why. Ref spatial. 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 That's better. Okay, so we'll try it again. Did that turn up? No. Turning Mitch. Thought I hit the button. Oh, there it goes. Alright, now if we hit that button. No. It just goes away. Our function didn't get called at all. Spatial. Spatial extends from node, and node has a virtual for exit tree. Oh, interesting. Basically, what we're trying to do is add a little overlay for the stream here. So I've gone like a year and a half streaming Rust and Godot stuff without without having had any of the, you have a new follower. Speaking of which, thank you, Idri, for the follow. So, getting a little soundboard set up, etc. in Godot. And we're testing out a PR at the same time. So technically, we're trying to use this PR here. Minimal async await foundations for Godot Rust. All right. But really, I want a destructor. But I don't see a destructor. Right? Free doesn't seem to be it. Has signals. But that code didn't get called at all. Exit tree should have been called, I think. We did not see this debug get hit. Pull that over. Same. We hit 81, which is in the async bits. This should have at least been hit. Why wasn't this hit? Owner, TRF spatial. The function signature looks okay. These can coexist. But the function's up here. Do we have more than one exit tree? No. That would be silly. And not allowed. Okay. Godot, did you leave us a hint somewhere? Why this didn't work? We start this up. Anything? No. If we close it? Just silent. No errors, no nothing? Yeah, in Rust it is a crate, but for Rust you have to use a GD script project. So what was it? Crates.io. There's a GD script project, which GD native. This one here. So you can use this to be able to create a shared library that Godot knows how to load. And once it loads it, you can attach those scripts from that shared library onto the nodes in the scene graph. That's pretty good. Yeah, see. The crate type in this instance is a cdylib. So it's just a library that you can load, dynamically load in some other app. But for whatever reason, it's not calling exit tree. All right, let's rename this to unauthenticate. Gonna go down to the bottom here. Comment that out. Now we have unauthenticate, and inside of Godot, exit tree, self.twitch. Oh, because it's a resource, we're creating a new one. It's not actually attached to the scene. Oh, goodness, okay. Okay, of course. That makes so much sense now. Which means that all of these spatial things have to go back to resource. Okay, that's done. Self.twitch.unauthenticate. All right. Okay, so we have that. Nothing there. Let's see if this will work now. Did it build? It did. Let's give it a go. Actually, I'm going to set the breakpoint there. Breakpoint is called. Run. Oh, it actually did it. Oh, wonderful. Okay, that worked. We have unauthenticate working. Why it didn't work the other way? I don't know. Like why in the world wouldn't it work? So what did we have before? Oh, it's right there, right? Yeah, exit tree. There's that one. Here's this one. I think it's just because of the yield. I'm gonna copy this for a moment. I want to get a little bit of feedback from Toast Eater. See if that's expected. I'm still playing with that PR. Good morning, Narendov. Yeah, we're doing all right. Doing all right. I have completed an exit tree. The task is never run. Something like that. Okay. Ah, it's evening for you. Ah, that means you're getting Friday earlier than us. Or earlier than me. All right. Not the same person? That's funny. Okay, so we have a working version. I'm gonna leave this one here, just in case they want us to test more stuff. Yeah, PR and everything. Okay, but exit tree we have unauthenticate. That's good. Now we're gonna do the connect and wait for events. Maybe do we wait for events in the process, or I wonder what the best way to do this is, because we're gonna next connect to the pub sub on Twitch. I'm gonna start passing messages into this message receiver. So here's connect. Get the WebSocket URL. We create this connection. We have an async task that just goes on forever. Right? Yes, task is in there. And we call block on. Should we call block on or just... Oh no, we're calling block on to spawn a local task. I think we just want spawn here. You were like, wait, I didn't know Toastier was into game dev. How did I not know that? Yeah, that's funny. I think we change this to just have spawn. Spawn, what do you call? First lib. Oh, we didn't uncomment spawn. Oh, and we do not need the inner bits here. Okay. We just have to pass in the task. Right. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Yes, Narrative, thank you. And if y'all have questions, please interrupt. We also have a little bit of a self-service system there, so if you have questions about kind of the common things, by all means, have at it. Otherwise, I can answer your questions, and I'm more than happy to. More than happy. This is me. Or, never mind. Okay, so connect. We create an MPSC unbounded channel, followed by replacing that on our structure. Fine. And we create a task, which we will spawn in just a moment. Part of that is getting the WebSocket, secure WebSocket URL. We debug that out. Then we connect to it. Should be able to connect to Twitch pub sub. Great. We do not send anything here in the subscribe yet. We need to do that. This is broken there. It's fine. And then after that happens, we get the messages off the stream, toss them into the channel, maybe handling ping, right? Kind of swallow the G at the end of that sometimes. Yep, let's see how far this will go. And now that's on there. Need to call connect. Where do we call connect? Ready. Oh, here. But this isn't a yield situation. It's just make it happen, isn't it? We should turn that into a yield situation. So we can tell when it's completed. Huh. Or do we need to, or can we just block on that? I think it's okay for us to just call it. It's not, I don't know, kind of going back and forth on this. If we did want to use the other system, we have an async mode. We have to get a little bit of information out of on task for that. That's fine. It could actually do with the other one. What are we building? We are building, actually, I should probably, and by all means, thank you for asking. So we're adding a little bit of glitter to the stream, right? We're using Godot, which is a game engine. We're using Rust, which Godot can load up a shared library and use the code inside the shared library. So here we have twitch.rs, right, which is just some code that we're writing in Rust, programming language. It is going to be connecting to Twitch and emitting events that Godot can then handle, and we can create a little bling, right? When people follow, when people, subscribe or, use channel points, etc. We're trying to get that set up. We've gone like a year and a half with just code. So we're doing more code. But we're doing it for some glitter, right? You ever wonder why, like, bass boats have glitter on the bottom? They're all sparkly. No? They probably all don't, but like, why do any have glitter on the bottom? Do the fish like glitter? I don't know. Is it just bass that likes glitter? Sturgeon, do they like glitter? Tuna? Maybe they should try glitter on, like, sea vessels. Ocean. Alright, let's at least see if this connects. I have a feeling that we should probably go the other route. But if we did go the other route, we would want to have a task that spawns more tasks. And that would be okay, because if something failed here, we could actually return an error. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, let's do that. Let's convert this into a the other kind of task. Builder build method. We're going to call this one connect. Async new connect function. We need to create a struct for that. Yep, that doesn't exist yet. Struct connect function. Simple async method of Twitch for connect function. Implement missing members. Implement default members. I'm gonna copy that there. For the site, this is in connect. So if an error happens, Godot will be able to show, oh, this was in connect, helping us know exactly what's going on. Spawner does spawn. This is context, this, and args. We don't really have arguments that we pass in for most of all of this stuff, do we? Guess we could. Good for thought. Now this actually needs to return async. Let's say it's a async move block. That's a return value. Now, we need to get some values out and available to this block here. We're going to go back up to the connect function above. We're going to get that. Okay, we gutted that. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And if you have more questions on it, I know I can go kind of quick sometimes, so let me know. All right, so we move that connect into here. And in this case, got this channel. But we want to set up when we connect. This needs to go outside of the async block. Getting the environment variable that can be outside of the async block. Tungstenite connect. Is this synchronous? No, this is asynchronous. It needs to be inside the block. Start to move some of this out. You out. What else? This and this. These two lines go out. In fact, we cannot set this way. We have to do a this.map, map mutably. What's the other one? Map owned? Huh. I'm not familiar with map owned. Script owner. We're going to move the message receiver into that. Now in this case, we say script dot message receiver replace message receiver. Okay, and that basically replaces this. The reason is because this here represents, go to the 3D scene, out of full screen. So here we have an object in 3D space, okay? It's nothing. But we do have a script attached to it. And if we look at that script, we have this Twitch object. This Twitch object is actually defined in Rust. Okay, so we can create a new one, call authenticate. We can await the elements inside of it, you know, connect, etc. In fact, we will say the same thing's going to go on here. We'll yield on the return value there. Completed. Let's double check. Is it complete? Yes, completed. Oh, result already defined. Fine. R1. Rust, you spoil us, letting us define variables again. Nope. That's hot. That's really hot. I'm gonna take the lid off. Oh, it got me. It got me good. I think my mustache held on to it a little bit longer than it should have. It's making my eyes tear up. All right. So what we're going to do is we yield for completed. We could yield for a different signal to be emitted from this. But right now we'll yield here. You don't think you could ever get used to a language without shadowing again? I know. And it's... Oh, I feel so spoiled in Rust. Type mismatch. Oh, variant. Yes, we're not returning variant yet. Okay. But the channel we've updated, that's set up. Here we have the WebSocket. Shadowing. Oh yeah, being able to define a variable over and over again, like var or let bob equals 3 or 0.0, so it's a floating point number. and then let Bob equals hello world. Stir ref. Right. This Bob, yeah, you lose reference to it. I think it still lasts to the end of the function. Right? But because you shadow it, you basically let go of, it doesn't get dropped right away. Right? When you redefine it, it's still there. If you had something that you needed to have run to the end of the scope, right, it'll be dropped at the end of the scope. But here we just redefine, we want to reuse the name. We're like, okay, we don't need this Bob anymore. We want this one. And you could say, oh, maybe the first Bob was used in a format, hello world, right, Bob. We create a string that basically uses that. But Bob itself, this one here would get dropped later, and this one would get dropped after it. So this is shadowing. 2 Bobs. That's fine. What's this one? Oh, yep, that's gone. Now for our async mode. Do you think the compiler is allowed to drop it as long as it isn't moved the next declaration? But it usually waits till the end of the scope to do all the dropping at once. I see. Yeah, I tested that out once because I wanted to understand when it dropped it. I could imagine if you're, letting it go, then could drop it right away. Oh, is that different than dynamic duct weak typing? Oh. Okay. So let Bob equals 0 to 0, right? In this case, if we said Bob equals, foobar, right? In this case, we change the type, right? Like it's dynamic type. Like the type is just changed, right? You don't know if Bob's a string, if Bob's a number, if Bob's an object. Right? In this case, if we said let Bob, we're actually declaring a new variable here. Saying this one exists. This one here, lasts until it gets shadowed. And then it just, oh, what's the right term for that? It'll be dropped later. Type in friends. And it only happens when you explicitly declare a new variable with let. Yeah. So, yeah, you had a lot of dynamic duct and weak typing there. What's the difference between like strong typing and weak typing? With strong typing, you have to declare what the type is, and it will prohibit you from changing that. Right? In this case, it is inferred. You can see that Bob is an F64 and a stir here, which is nice about Rust, right? You're getting that type inference. Type inference. If we said that this was an F32, right, that's explicitly typed. And both are strong, right, in Rust. Duct typing is different than dynamic and weak. Like it's not even in the same category of typing, is it? I mean, duck typing is more like making something that looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, acts like a duck. It is a duck, right? As long as it's one of the same kind, you can use it. Or that would be like having a function that takes a Bob. I just type some JavaScript here. You don't really know what it is, but as long as Bob, long as you can call quack, it works. Why don't you do it? And as long as Bob, you pass Bob in here, as long as Bob had quack defined and quack could be called, you could call it on a, I don't know, on different types of objects, right? So that's more. Is that duck typing? I'm second guessing myself on this one. Duck typing. Let's see. Yeah. Up until it's used in a way that does not support it. Yep. Structural type systems, protocols, and interfaces. Yeah. And weak would be if we could do this. Right, without redeclaring it. And this is more duck typing, where as long as you had quack, you could use it. If you wanted to do the same thing in, let's say, Rust with this, you could have function do it, but you would have to say that Bob has to implement some interface of quack. So you could say T, where T implements quacks. And Bob is any type that implements quack. Then you could call do it on Bob, which maybe this is a goose. I guess geese might honk. Let's say that you can pass in goose, because maybe somebody implement that on a goose, and then also a duck, not a dock, and maybe a dock also. Maybe docks quack. Right. So these could be 3 different types, but as long as they implement the quack's interface, this would work. Because it would actually create, it would monomorphize. It would monomorphize, the function. Monomorphize. That is such a weird word to say. Monomorphize? It would go through monomorphization? Can you even verb that? Where it actually stamps out a different version of the function for each thing. Oh, this isn't polymorphism. This is monomorphization. It actually stamps out an instance of that function for each type. Which is different from having a boxed type. So you could have something that, let's say this took a box of dine quack. Okay. And in this case, you would end up with one instance in the compiled output of this function, and it would use double dispatch. In the monomorphized version of this, you would have 3 functions. But in the double dispatch version, you would have 1 instance of that function in the compiled output. Automorphized. That just sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. Does that make sense? You can use Box for doing dynamic dispatch, kind of like C++ with vtables, etc. In which case, these would have to be boxed up. Oh, with these being parens. Yeah. But if you did that, then this would work. And it would generate a vtable, and you get dynamic dispatch. So, if that helps, great. If not, please ask a question. We'll dig into it a little deeper. All right. So in this case, we spawn the task. We don't want to spawn the task. We want to return that. It can be awaited. Yes. Okay. Get the URL there. Connect to it. This, we're not subscribing well. Oh, that's right, because we needed to know the channel ID to be able to create the subscribe with all of our subscribes. Okay. We're going to leave this out for a moment. Come back to that. We come in here, waiting for messages, and we pipe the messages through. Now, here, we should probably fail. Instead of doing the expect, match this. Oops, we want the await on the other side of that. This returns what? Oh yes, missing match arms. Just fill it in for me. No, okay, what do we get back? Result of that or error. Okay, whatever this is. Stream and response. You know, and let's just pass value through. And then if it's an error, we'll log it and return a variant with the results of 1. From i64 1, we had some generic failure. Godot warn. Let's see, could not connect. Now, once we've done that, and we have the stream and everything, we actually need to spawn another task from inside of here. Which I think we can do with context? Context let us spawn? Or do we have to use spawner for that? I think context will. GTX dot. No? What do we have on context? What is context? Context. Art context. Context for yielding. For creating yield-like futures in async methods. Resolve. call signal. Okay. So no spawning in there. Close that, close that. Well, I think we'll have to use the crate spawn for this. Crate spawn async block here. So if we do that there, and at the end we have to return variant from I64 of 0 because that Godot likes its 0 and 1 return types. This means okay in Godot parlance. Or is that in the wrong group? Oh, this is an async task. Okay. Right. Oh, hey. It's frozen again. You guys didn't tell me. What'd I miss? Oh, easy rest, yes. Editor. Good morning. SVNDMXN. And today we're actually working on some stream glitter. A little bling for the stream. Alright, what's this complaining about? Stream? Is it stream or something else? Borrows message sender. Okay. Async move. Just move message sender in there. Thank you. Okay, that'll be spawned, and it should get pumped on the tick. Right. Let's see if that works. So now we'll yield for connect to complete. I'm gonna just put a breakpoint there because I want to see it happen. Good. Oh, yield. First argument of yield, not of type object. Connect. I've seen this before. Stop it. It's because I left the connect function on here and it favored this one. There we go. 65 warnings. That doesn't look like 65 warnings. Sure, I mean, that and that, but that's not... A result has to be used. If let error equal to the result of this, then do this block. And we will return variant from I64 1 no error would not map script in connect. Yeah, those will need to be cleaned up later, but at least it's something that you can search for. Oh, ooh, you're right. Right. We have to return an async block. Oh, this is gross. All right. Type mismatch. What type mismatch? Oh, because the async blocks are different. Huh. Yeah, we can't actually do this inside the block, can we? Because, well, this will move into it. Is it okay with this moving into it? Because if we take this inside of there, and did this, now we'll have the same return type because of that, but lifetime issues. Yes, okay. Undo, undo, undo. We're not going to do this match if let error on this. We'll just expect this to always work. But not map script and connect. There we go. I'm gonna check some stuff here. Oops. Where's SyncEXT? Oh, yes, yes. That's not used yet. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Come back into where'd connect go? Async method. Yes, this one. Okay, this appears to be compiling. Okay, let's try again. Get that built. Good. Back to Godot. Now we have the right return type because we don't have the function defined twice. Ooh, look at that. Cannot start a runtime from within the block. Let me see. Can I put this on screen? I'm gonna read through this real quick. Client handshake done. So it did the connect. Then it didn't want the poll. Here it is. Wow. So cannot start a runtime from within a runtime. I don't want to start a runtime. Morning, Tommy. How you doing? How are you today? All right. Gonna get a little warm in here. All right. Now we got like hat hair. Fantastic. All right. So let's go ahead and figure this out. So what? Why is it saying that I can't start that? Oh, you got Elementary OS 6 going. Enjoying life overall? That's good. That sounds really nice. That sounds good. Gotta stop. Come back to Kitty. All right. So it's not liking this. We're inside of this. I guess we could just call Tokyo spawn, but we want it on the local set. Okay, maybe it's this. This looks more correct. You're even using it in production for a while now. Oh, wow. That sounds really nice. I mean, it looked pretty. Very pretty. All right. Let's try that. I think spawn is only used in that one place. Create spawn. Yes, that's it. Oh. They're nice, huh? Hmm. All right, let's give this a try. Again. I think it actually worked. Okay. And it should kick us after about 15 seconds. Client handshake done. We have just some tungstenite stuff going on. It's going to drop us soon. Any second now. How's the tea? Is the tea cool now? Oh, it's nicely warm. Just on this side of hot. Is it not going to kill it? All right. There it goes. We actually received an error message. Good. Let's get the events fired up. Close. Kills the token. Good. Okay. Now, if I do leak a token, then it's only for a short period of time because I just have to close the app. It deletes the token. Perfect. All right. Now, we ended up here, I believe, on 259. Ah, the message was here. No, we should have seen could not pipe. Oh, WebSocket. We should have seen this one. That's right. You got to be quick. No copy pasting. You got to type that in so fast. That and we got that 5-second delay, so I got an extra 5 seconds. All right. So now let's build up the subscribe. Hey, welcome everybody. Bearbot Gaming. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream? Come to relieve me from Tommy Luca. Tommy's nice. Come on. That's funny. Well, we'll get this will be part of the little bling that we're working on, right? It'll be part of the bling. We'll have to work on it. But this is actually what we're in the process of building out is a little glitter, a little bling for the stream. I imagine it's easier to clean glitter off of a stream than your carpet. Or like just all around the edges of your eyes. Oh my goodness. But that was good. Got a fancy 100% raid that destroyed your peace of mind. That's why you don't look at the numbers. Don't look at the numbers. Just be yourself, right? Be the bear. Be the bear bot gaming. You're passing the savings. Welcome, Raiders. We're working in Godot and Rust. So, here, we're trying to connect to Twitch. We authenticate with Twitch. And then here we connect to the stream. This connect is kind of misnamed. But this is to the PubSub WebSocket API. Down here, we unauthenticate from it. However, we need some place now that we can start to add some little bits here. You got the slight feeling that the Raiders love Rust? Morning, Gorg. Prof Elements 1. Well, Prof Elements, you've been here for a while. Were you in both? I do that sometimes. I'll be in like 2 streams. So what we're working on at the moment is trying to connect to a specific endpoint in Twitch. So we have PubSub here. We want to be able to get the raid notifications, the channel point spends, follows, etc. So that we can add a little bit of overlay to this. Because as you saw, we didn't have the little glitter, right? We've gone like a year and a half of streaming without glitter. So it's about time. We're able to connect. That's working. Now, I'm not going to worry about ping pong yet. We'll have to worry about that once it becomes a problem. Then reconnect. Let's see. Connection failures, API limits, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but this is the important bit. We need to be able to subscribe via this. Now, we just spent some time getting the channel ID. Right, we had to get the user ID. Well, first we had to authenticate, look up the user, get the user ID, look up the channel. So we have all of that now. Now, given this, we can subscribe to all sorts of things like channel points, channel subs, chat. Oh, interesting. Oh, we could pull out like the emoticons or something and do like, boing. That could be fun. And whispers. Yeah, we don't need the whispers. Okay, but first things first. Let's do channel points. Because I imagine everybody here has like a bazillion channel points because I've rarely had a way to spend it. It's a 5-second delay today, Tommy. So Stitch is running. We are using, I'm on Starlink, and occasionally I won't be able to send out packets. So Stitch helps us to absorb the packets in our local buffer. Like right now, it's not sending packets. Look at that. Perfect timing, Starlink. Thank you for paying attention. And then on the other side, the buffer gets consumed. When the connection comes back, the data just, Starlink is really fast. I can upload nice and fast to recover. But it's those little moments of outage. And for as long as I've been on it, it's only improved like month after month after month. So, and last night it got another update. So I'm looking forward to the improvements there too. And it looks like, yeah, it's been out for 2.5 minutes in the last 5 hours, which is actually worse than normal. But hopefully that that update kind of settles. So. But yeah, you can see here, yeah, that's an issue. The server has no bytes. Which, how is this even telling me it has no bytes if it's still connected? I don't know. That's so weird. Just a TCP connection. Yep, and it caught up really fast. So, hopefully that doesn't cause issues, but we'll see. We've slowly been decreasing the amount of time that we buffer. We're down to 5 seconds. I expect it to go down again after its latest update settles. You'll probably jump onto Starlink too. Are you in the higher latitudes? Once you buy the house in southern France. Okay. No. Let's do channel bits events v2. Required scope. Okay, now I don't have any scopes set up. I'm gonna have to go back and set up these scopes. Yeah, but first, let's get it to tell us that we don't have the right scopes. And we have to send out a request. Right now you're at sea level. Huh. You're not like waiting around in the ocean. So we need to create a message. Thought I had message receiver. Huh. Message receiver. Oh, here's the listen message. That's what I was looking for. Now we have to create the topics here. Access token, that's not right. This is token response dot borrow dot asref dot unwrap dot access token asref. Okay. Oh, your internet got downgraded. 100 megabit down and 35 up. I wonder what we're at today. Let's see. Big money, big money. Oh, yesterday we were hitting 200. Let's see, how's our upload? Oh, not crazy, but we're also streaming on top of that. And who knows what they're doing inside. I mean, that's one of the big changes. Getting Starlink for me means that I no longer have to like turn my wife's internet off when I go into a meeting, which is a really nice thing for a relationship. So it's about half what it was yesterday. Let's hit it again. One more time. Yeah, that's even slower. Would I have noticed? Oh. Oh, actually, it's having a low signal moment. Let it recover. Yeah, see, it's right now it's just buffering. Yeah, that's not good. that's like swapping things around. Are you using my bandwidth or? Um, okay, there. It's actually recovered. Now we're gonna try this. Let's try it again. Yeah, that's more like it. This is more like it was yesterday. It just had a rough patch. Latency went up. Um, but this here, that's a little suspect. All right. Okay, so we're supposed to be creating this. Coming back to trying to subscribe. It drops. Yeah, it is. It is rather low. When it could be better, and I expect it's gonna just keep getting better. What was that other cool link? There was a Starlink coverage. No audio? Had to refresh. Uh, can you hear me now? All right. There was one of these that was just beautiful. Yeah, it's not this one. Wow. We could always hear you. Oh, okay. Just drop some frames. This looks crazy. All right, I'm gonna have to play with this later. All right. So we're trying to subscribe to some data. Oh, I see. So I can set the home location, which I'm not going to do on screen, obviously. Let me zoom in. That's neat that it's going to tell me what my quality, etc. is. Okay, let me right about there. Hmm, that's neat. It just looks cool. All right, enough playing with that. Yeah, I am using Starlink, which is a great improvement because as you saw earlier, before I was paying twice as much for 4 megabit up and down, or which I could get sometimes. Oh, with the latency, my latency used to be like close to 100. That's impressive right there. Half as much for many times more. I am so happy with this. All right. Back to where we were. We're trying to create a listen message. We need to pass in topics. a nonce, which is optional. Okay. Huh. So ever listen message. How did I find? Okay, there we go. Oh, thank you for the follow. And this is exactly why we're working on this, because I missed these follows. Is it Remy Be Good? Kangaiku? Thank you for the follow. Ephraim? Thank you for the follow. And is that Romide Toyas? Troyas? Thank you for the follow. Alright, now this wants 3 values. Expected 3 arguments, found 1. Really? That doesn't look like 1 to me. Oh. I missed a comma. Interesting. We don't have Saturday JSON here. Should we be doing that here? It's so. See, I don't think. Oh, okay. It's fine to have in the dev dependencies. That's fine there. Rust cargo. Saturday JSON. Let's sort this. Make sure. Little OCD there. Could not compile Mitch. No. That's fine. We'll fix it. So, you know what we haven't done in a while? Some bad jokes. That's going to take it. Now, these are clean jokes. So, I didn't say dirty. Yes, I do know the cargo add subcommand. Yeah, I use it all the time, actually. I just didn't there because I just wanted to copy paste it. Ooh, police were called to a daycare where a 3-year-old was resisting arrest. Didn't. See, now we need the little sound effect. Like, ah. What else we got? Why did the ghost ride the elevator? To lift his spirits. That one, come on, that's a good one. Oh, it's expected struct fact found result. Okay. Where was that? That's in Twitch 122. Here. Do vac. Now it's saying found result. Oh, that's right, because this returns a result. Expect. I don't know. Extract that to a local. Ah. We'll just call it data. Now, what was going on up there? The borrow's still in use. Yes. borrow is equal to that. Actually that's let's call it pub sub. We probably don't even need that, do we? It's just the listen message. Alright, there's that. I can borrow on there. Stop you for a minute. There we go. Let's just pull this out to a variable as well. Token equal to that. That's better. I think I missed the formatter more than anything else when it's restarting. Alright, now we need to construct that. Good. What do we want in the vector? We need the channel ID. I wonder which one I'm using. Let's see. Rust up. Components list. Component list. That's not it. But it was. Flippy and cargo come in this way, but I was hoping it would show otherwise. Alright. Let's use listen message. Oh, we need the topics. Yeah, which topics are we interested in? We are interested in this. What else? I don't know what this one is. What is this? Can we widen that? Oh, this is horrible. The little message sent when a user earns a new bits badge in a particular channel and chooses to share the notification with chat. Gotcha. Okay. Let's toss this in here, comma, this. What else? Channel points. Want that. Channel subscriptions. Just adding them all. Let's see, there's V1 on there. Is there a V2 somewhere? Or did they just optimistically or pessimistically add a V1 to that? Okay. There's the topics. Here, this will be a vector strings. Huh. You don't like cargo edit? I usually use it in combination with things. So here I'll do like a cargo. What feature is Tokyo, right? And then I'll do something like a cargo add Tokyo. Then if it has default features, it'll be like no default features. Then I'll start adding features like net. Because I have the list here, right? Oh, and I also want signal, etc. And then it just puts it in there. It sorts it for me. It's pretty. So now this is an array. I want to map this. Now, do we have to say iter? Does iter exist on map or on array? Topic. Let's say we have that. Two different things here. Actually, we just want to append a string. What is that? Oh, but it's a stir. T and what else? We wanted to pass the channel ID. Select that. Then we have topics. Oh, I forgot the semicolon at the end there. That's right, no channel ID yet. That'll be off of self. Channel borrow. Channel borrow dot as ref. Unwrap. We should already have that. That's pretty much guaranteed. Broadcaster ID, I think, is it. That's ref. That's a string. Go ref to that. Channel ID should be stir ref. Oh, you almost pre-ordered Starlink now that I mentioned it. But then you realize the pre-order is not the complete price for the hardware. What's the pre-order? What are they doing now? Because it was to get out the door with it. It was $600 for me, which was the 100 for the first month service and 500 for the hardware. But I think they were trying to drop the price. Are they still doing that? Okay, so it's 99 plus the hardware. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. It's the same for the truck, right? It was $100. Well, hopefully you only have to buy it once. It's not like you're gonna have goats jumping on it. They knocked mine over. I mean, my ROI it's a matter of months, right? I was paying twice as much. So within a year, I'm actually saving money. I had 3 months where I was doing both, so I wasn't sure if it was going to work. And then after the third month, seeing the improvements, now people don't even like notice the Starlink glitches in the meetings and stuff. So it's gotten a lot better. It also pins to a minor version. You don't want that? Well, whenever you want to update, just to run a cargo update. Yeah. Oh, I see. You have 1 gigabit download, 400 megabit upload for $50. Yeah. Yeah. For me to get that, I could get 2 gigabit up and down for 2 grand a month, or 1 gigabit up and down for 1,500 a month. That's gonna involve a lot of digging, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, you can leave one as a version. That'll work fine. I don't know what I want to do for the. This could be like a reference to a vector. Yeah. Said it doesn't really need to own it. It just needs to live long enough to serialize it. But in this case, it needs to own it because we're generating those strings. They have to live somewhere. That's not true, is it? Where's the serialization happening? Let's see. Yeah, we create this and then right away we serialize it. Yeah, why not? Why not an iterator or something else? Is serialize implemented for those types? Let's see if that trait is implemented on these foreign types. Argument atomics. It's not iterator in there. It's that would have to be a concrete type, wouldn't it? Couldn't implement on a different trait. That would be that'd be odd. NordVPN's cybersecurity is blocking crates.io. Why? Do they say why? All right, let's go to. It looks like I can't do that. I could have. Yeah, back to the code. I mean, really, how are we going to use it? I'm gonna have something like this that maps into strings. Right. And it's not like we're gonna have this be like a stir ref because something has to own this. You gotta say, you really admire us Rust folks. You'd be so tempted to use RC every time the compiler complained. Oh, void comp fill. Yeah, I know it's fun. I like having the option to just be able to clone things and just get something done, right? But if you want to get it done fast, like make it have fewer allocations, you can do that in Rust, which is awesome. It's great having those possibilities and being able to just dwell on the itty bitty gritty little tiny things. Right? How fast do you want to go? Or how much time do you want to spend on it? You can do either one. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Zent12 and friends me. If I said anything wrong, please correct me. Please. So broadcast ready here is a string. One of the as ref for the channel ID. Oh, I want as stir. That's why I didn't know the type. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna pass this in. I don't think we should borrow, or excuse me, bother changing this to be a different type because vec of string will serialize already. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah, but now my test fails. Let's extract that into a variable. Not there, thank you. What is it? DT right paren. Paste that there. So it looks like we'll. Can it do that? I don't think I can do that. Yep. Oh, I found struct string. Oh, oh, it did. It combined them into one string. Oh, that's funny. I forget that I can do that sometimes. What's blocking the package download because it fits some regex? I don't know. I'm not sure what it downloads. It's got to be something like that. Oh, fine. Map as stats. We want two owned. Is that a trait? Sure. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sure. Primitive type. It is. Okay, so we can do two owned. Two owned. Just passing that function to get the owned version of a string. Okay, fine. I give up. S. It's trying to be clever. Or should we call it toString on that? Sure. See how that two owned would actually return string. It's owned. It's that. But it's returning the wrong type. Oh, is it because of the borrow? There we go. We had to deref that. Is it called deref when you have the ampersand here on the left side of the argument? Huh. I don't know. Just a moment. Be right back. All right. Oh, Intuitor. Yes. There we go. Thank you for that suggestion. That'll okay. The test is done. What else? What are all these? Not ours. Okay. But I don't think we're using that function yet. We need to use it. Where's topics used? Here. Oh, the map on the other one? I think we do. Because Intuiter doesn't actually convert it to a string. It's still going to be a str. Yeah, it basically means that you're not borrowing it, that it's owned. When you go into iter, you get the owned value as opposed to a reference to a value. We still have to convert it from a string, a str. What is this? From a str into a string. We could use bytes or something else like that, but just don't feel it at the moment. Okay. Into iter. Oh, what was that again? I think we have to do it a different way if we want to do into iter on that. Yeah. Change in the future when into iterables are or arrays are added. Nah, yeah, it won't run into. Okay, so then we have our channel ID, got our topics. Should be able to serialize that and take that to JSON. Anything else? I think that's it. Builds. So now we should be able to subscribe. Okay, but what are we gonna do once that happens? Where's our events function? Here it is. Yeah, we don't do anything yet. Okay. Inside of here, we're going to take the thing. I'm gonna take the thing. Oh. Oh, you're welcome. Is it Loige? All right, let's create another function here. So in this case, I'm going to use spawner. Context. This and args. You know what? We could do a variant of 64 if we get to the end. Success. I want to like that. don't want to fold it right now. Thank you, formatter. Now in this case, we have to get, what is it? We have to get the message receiver off of Twitch. Is that an option? Yeah, it is. We'll have to take that out of there. This dot map script and owner. Script is our type. Owner is the Godot object. Just take it. Okay, now message receiver should be result option yada yada. Okay. In what are we in? Events. Just want a string I can look up later. Okay, now this is an option to an unbound receiver. Expect. Right, now it's a ref. No, now it's just the unbound receiver. We'll move in here and we will, while let some message receiver dot next or receive. Oh, I don't remember. We'll wait on that. Now we also need to have some sort of signal. How do we emit a signal for this? Can we clone owner? Can we say ttx dot signal returns a feature that awaits until a specific signal is emitted. Connection succeeds. Yields any arguments emitted with the signal. This is us waiting for a signal. Okay, that's not what we want. We want I want to be able to await something multiple times. Maybe we're doing this wrong. And that undo that. Maybe we should have defined a signal up at the top here, saying that this object can emit signals, and that whenever we receive one, we'll handle it outside. So events might not be the best route to go here, unless we're going to just keep awaiting for these events. But we can't because we just consumed the receiver. We'd have to put the receiver back. You know what we could do for next time? And somebody just keeps calling this for like next event, next event, next event. Well, that would work, but it doesn't feel like the Godot way. Authenticate and connect, sure. Those are good. But this here, I don't like it. In fact, we might be able to get rid of the channel. Where do we do our loop? Here. Inside of here, we could spawn that the signal, couldn't we? Or maybe we can't. Here's message sender. Could we emit a signal here instead? How do you emit a signal in Godot Rust? Is it called emit? Emit signal, okay. But we need the object. And this is, what is self here? The object type. Well, we could get a ref to that. And that's to this here. So this could move into this, I believe. So on message, this dot map. Is it here? It. Oh, good. It is there. Perfect. Okay, and we want the signal, so some sort of string. Message, and then the message. And the message in this case could be some other sort of Godot type, maybe an object. A JSON object. JSON parse returns JSON parse result. I guess we could put this into like a dictionary or something else. But what are these messages going to look like? Let's see. Come back here. Responses. Okay. Requests. It's fine. Responses. Sample response. Type. Nonce and error. Fine. Receiving messages. Yeah, it looks like the message here is just a string. We could just pass this through, have Godot parse the JSON. Let's do that because I don't know exactly what the types are going to be here. Wow, look at all this. Bits events v1. See, does it have a type? Or is the type going to be just the prefix here? We'd have to pass in the topic and the message. This one's just formatted poorly. Channel points event message. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Subscription event message. Subgift. Wow, there's quite a bit here. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to see the chat. Where's the channel? Not the sub. There's the whisper. Subscribe. Reward redeemed. Bits badge unlocked. Bits event. Where's the text one? The chatter. Huh. No idea. Anyhow, okay, so we need to know what type it is, right? We have to pass that through. So We could wrap it a little bit. I don't really want to like deserialize the JSON just to serialize the JSON. Data is going to be equal to what kind? This will have to go into a Godot string eventually. Format. Type. Or channel. What do we want to call that? The I guess we could just serialize this through the whole thing. All right, does message have serialize on it? Messages coming from what? Ah, this is a different kind of message. That's not the right kind of message. That's a WebSocket message. But this message should have some sort of data on it. So what can we do with that? Let's look at tungstenite. Do I not have that? Oh, go back up here. Tungstenite. Where's message? All right, so we get one of these. I wonder, are we going to get these as string or binary? Oh, let's figure that out first. Okay, we have debug here, so we should see that. Oh, it's not next. Really? Gonna tell us it's not mutable? Yes. Oh. Map owned. When did we add that? How is this different from like map mutable? Huh. My goodness. Let's go see. You're drunk. Go home. Owned. Map owned is not implemented for local cell data. Ah. Okay, fine. Not mutable then. There we go. Okay, now what are we doing? We're gonna see what kind of messages they send us. Yeah. Hard to actually tell. Client handshake done. Okay. Now, can we? Let's do. I'm just gonna thumbs up the song. No, we didn't get anything for that. Can somebody else try to, I don't know, thumbs up the song or something? Skip current song, whatever it is. Tell a joke. We're just testing this. It doesn't look like we had any errors yet. You do is binary or is text after you read the message. Oh, interesting. Okay. It just dropped us, actually. It says, hey, no frame received. Right. Okay. That means we didn't send the subscription message? Which is very possible. Authenticate. Where's connect? Unauthenticate. Here's connect. Yeah. Okay. So we didn't actually send the message. That's why it didn't work. And that is binary or is text. That's on Tungsten iMessage. Oh, I see. Is binary. Yep. Is text. Gotcha. So you can do one or the other. That works. Okay. That's our little message function. I forget where it went. A listen message. There it is. It's on self. Oh, so we're gonna have to create that ahead of time before we come in there. What? Listen message. Well, thank you for the follow. Uh, Technically, this on the outside, mostly. Okay, we just want the listen message. There's that. Then over here. Okay, bad joke time. Why does NASA use Linux instead of Windows in space? Because you can't open Windows in space. Very nice. You have 2 short jokes and 1 long joke to share with me. Joke, joke, joke. That's bad. All right, so what is listen message here? What's a type? Oh, it's actually a message. Expect should be able to craft a listen message. Who knows? All right, so if that's our message, get rid of subscribe there. Listen message goes in there. Why don't dinosaurs talk? Because they're dead. Okay, I like that one. I like that one. That's great. So we send the listen message. Why do programmers celebrate Halloween and Christmas on the same day? Because Oct 31 is Deck 25. That's a good one. I like that one. That's one in the book? Oh, I'm sure. We do get repeats occasionally. Oh, still waking up. All right. Oh, why did I use the keyword move before the closure? Here? So that any variable that's outside that this closure needs will be moved into the closure. So the ownership will be transferred into the closure as opposed to the closure borrowing it. What's this? What? What? That is so weird. Why in the world would it have done that? There's some little diff split thing there. All right, so we pass it a listen message. That's going to be binary. What's we have 2 cargo builds going? Probably. A bit like C++, a bit like Haskell, a bit like a number of things, actually. A bit like C. Because you don't have classes. And so it's unlike C++ that way. You don't have inheritance like that. All right, that compiled. Let's try it again. I like not having to restart Godot all the time. Oh, that actually closed right away. We got this error here. Huh. I'm gonna scroll up off screen. We got any interesting messages before that? We did write the binary. But it doesn't tell us why it failed. Maybe we should do this as text? Because all we got here, let's close that to kill off the token. Our token's dead. If we scroll up enough, we can see that it wrote this, but then it just killed it, like right away. WebSocket error. Thanks. That back over here. So what did we do wrong? Could be that we sent binary instead of text, or our handshake isn't correct. Did we get everything in the listen message that was needed? Let's try another time. Put another try. What's the best way to contact a fish? Come on, oldie but goodie. Hey, drop him a line. Ta-dunch. Oh yeah. All right. Okay, it did the same thing again. Gonna kill off the token. Okay, token's dead. Deregistering. Fine. I'm looking for the message that we sent them. Here we go. It's a sending frame. Okay, should be before that. Oh, fantastic. Look at that. Binary, 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 binary. Huh. That's it? That's all of it. Great. Okay. Let's fix that. I mean, let's just change it to text. I don't know what else we could do. Yeah, listen message. Change it to text. Start a JSON to string. There we go. Gonna pour some more tea. Okay. Back to Godot. Run it. Okay, okay, where is iTerm? Gotta take that off the screen for a moment. Scroll back past my credentials. Oh, bad auth. Nonce. We got bad auth. Okay. Love the token so I can share it. Okay, why does it say that? Is our text malformed here? Listen, data, topics, auth token. Yep, that got all passed through. Is it? Oh, because we didn't have the scope for this. Right? So in here we need the scope. Let's see. Yeah. For bits and whisper event requests, or responses can be error message, bad auth, etc., etc. Okay, so we got bad auth. What is bad auth? Bad auth. Let's say that we understand what's going on. It's going to be the required scopes. Let's add the required scopes. Okay, first, toss this on the other screen so I don't forget. Now we have to add the scopes. We don't have any scopes added right now. It's my auth, right? Because I didn't give it the scopes. What happens if we try to register for something that we don't have the rights to listen on? Hey, welcome. Begin bot. No scopes. No scopes. Welcome. Need like 1,000 scopes. No, we don't want 1,000 scopes. Are we working on Android Studio? We're not today. Actually, we don't usually do it. Not Android Studio. We are currently using Godot. We're trying to add a little bit of bling to the channel. Because whenever we get a raid like that, Begin Bot, how was your stream? Whenever we get a raid, we don't get little glitter and puff of magic or anything like that. You only need one oscilloscope? Only, but you needed an oscilloscope for different seasons. You'll see yourself out. Oh, nice shade, dude. Oh, that's a good one. He's late for a meeting? Oh, well, definitely get to the meeting. Can I help you in Android Studio? Probably not. I'm not a big, I don't do a lot of Android stuff. Endoscope, let's not, right? And E70M, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So, what are we doing here? Trying to get a little bit of bling. We're using Godot for that. We have Rust being loaded by Godot at a shared library. Oh, nice, you dude. We know you like Rust. So, if we come back to the code, we're trying to listen on these channel bits. And I suspect, just as you guys were rating, we had an error saying that we didn't have the right authentication. I suspect that it's because our scopes are wrong. So where are we doing the auth? Let's see. Authenticate? Probably here. Let's see. I'm going to pull off of this using RC clone. It is, isn't it? Grant type, etc. You do like you some Rust? You also like dad jokes, yes. So do we. Let's see. How do you make an egg giggle? Utility yoke. Oh yeah. How do I handle transparency? Chroma key? You mean like behind me? Oh, yes, yes. Definitely chroma key. So I'm probably gonna have Godot. Like if we just run this for a moment. All right. Yeah. We'll basically have this, and I'll put it on the screen somewhere, right? It's gonna probably have a fuchsia background, and it's gonna be on a different computer listening to Twitch. Okay. So that other computer is going to do the overlay on top of what we see here. Yeah, and it'll just chroma out an exact color. So it'll be good. What's the object-oriented way to get rich? Inheritance. That's a good one. All right. Now in this case, we need this again. Because if we look up the OAuth bits, I think I don't remember scope. Do you specify scope over and over and over again? Let's see. Scopes. Oh, it's space separated. Space separated. All right. Scopes. It was plural, wasn't it? No, it's singular. Scope. Love scopes there. You know what? Just no, this is in the Twitch API. We should have to pass that in. Scopes. And I'm just gonna have it be like some sort of echo string. Why not? Or it could be like a slice of stirs. That would work too. All right. But given that, we need to collect that into a string. Can we join these like this? So I know you can. Yeah, I've never done this in Rust. Joining strings. John. Not a John. We're not going to John strings. We're going to join strings. It looks like we can join slice. We give it a separator. Okay. Oh, perfect. And then this should actually URL encode it with the query bits. Yeah, there's URL encode right there. So scopes join with a space. We need to collect on that, don't we? Probably into a string. What? Okay. I got that wrong. Oh, expected found struct string. Okay, so we just need to borrow that. Got it the wrong way around. That looks alright. Now we're going to have issues calling it. Same line, both of them. Fine. Now what are the scopes that we want? Coming back over here, we want bits read. What else? Bits read, bits read. I think we're listening to this too. Channel read redemptions. What else? Subscriptions. Moderate. Guess why not? And whispers. We're not actually using this one. It's interesting though. We're gonna not do that one. Okay. So then we have scopes. Good, good. Oh, it did it again. What's this? Using this diagnostic seems to be doing something wrong. Like, no. What is this? Plus 3 lines. Are there any resources for Tokyo? You just want to replace upload file handle via multipart on Actix Web from Futures to Tokyo Framework. Yeah. Kanuhu. Chanhu. There are some fantastic resources for Tokyo. My favorite probably being the Tokyo Discord, which is just very helpful. These people are very helpful. But if it's specific to Actix Web, I mean, is it more specific to Tokyo or Actix Web? I mean, replacing upload file handle via multipart on Actix Web sounds more like an Actix Web thing. Oh, do you mean that you're replacing Actix Web altogether? I thought Actix Web used Tokyo, does it not? See, now I'm concerned that this here is going to be an issue. I don't understand what's going on here. Did this get collapsed or something? I've done something, and I don't know what. How do I expand that? Oh, there we go. I had to hit plus. Oh, that was strange. Why is it automatically collapsing these things? Okay. That's odd. Okay. So, you know what? I've left the Wireshark going for like a day and a half. I've got to kill it. Oh, it's having a long think about dying. Maybe that's why my disk was almost full today. Because this, or does OS 10 do like swap disks and stuff like that? Okay. Anyhow, where were we? So we got async method. I got like an eyelash attacking. Okay. Yeah, Wireshark is taking its time. I'm going to ignore it. Did we get that set up though? We got the scopes. Let's try and run Godot again. Hopefully this time with better results. Okay. So it's still giving me error bad auth. Is it because of the scopes? It looks horrible on this screen. It actually looks fantastic on the other screen. iTerm looks horrible over here. Now, what were you saying earlier that this is because of the OAuth bits? Or do we need the nonce? How can we figure out what's causing this? Error. The error message associated with the request, or an empty string if there is no error. Okay. For Bits and Whisper event requests, their responses can be error bad message, error bad auth, error server, or error bad topic. At least it's not bad topic. But what do we do with bad auth? One instance of it. Twitch, error bad auth. What else? Is it because our join isn't correct? You have the scope attached to the token. Did not authenticate the token with the channel owner, me. Wait. Why do we have to validate the token? We just got the token. Oh, you used an app access token that represents no user at all. It's a key that represents only a client ID. It's implied that it needs to be a user token. Since the user ID of the topic needs to match the user ID of the token used. Using the authorization flow. The authorization scope is specified when you generate the OAuth token. Huh. Okay, so we look through this. Let's look at this here. Or the user ID of the token matches the user ID of the top, I guess. Oh, interesting. Okay, so if that's the case, is our complete authentication scheme foobarred then? About the token requests. The authorization scope is specified when you generate an auth token using the authorization flow. All right, so authorization flow. Getting a token, sending the token. Yeah, see that's not the one that we're interested in. So in here it says, see this. Let's click into that. That doesn't really help. It doesn't. Okay, what are the types of tokens? User access token. So we need a user access token. Right now we have an app access token. Server to server API request. Okay, fine. So user access token. Getting tokens. So I can do one of these flows. We did this one. Okay. Oh. Which one should we do? I don't know. Which one of these flows should we do? OAuth or OIDC? Implicit code flow. Send the user you want to authenticate to your registered redirect URI. An authorization page will ask the user to sign up or log into Twitch and follow and allow the user to choose whether to authorize your application / identify system. All right. And what's OIDC? Is that OpenID? Neutral Dread, thank you for the follow. Implicit code flow. Alright, it's the same as the other. And what about the other flow? Yeah, send them to your registered URI. I would rather not. See, the kind credential flow doesn't give us the right type, does it? So we can include all the scopes we want. We have our secret, etc. That's not going to work. I mean, what's the difference between the implicit code flow and the authorization code flow? I mean, they both send your user to a registered redirect URI. Then an authorization page will ask users to sign up or log in. Terminology, okay. API limits, yada yada, okay. Authentication. And I was hoping, just hoping that it was it's because we didn't have the right scope. That's really unfortunate. All right, we might have to pick this up tomorrow. So that also means that we're going to have some sort of local redirect. And Godot really doesn't have a browser. So if we fake that, pass them through, have them open a browser. You might have some magic for me in the pipeline? Oh? Oh, do tell. Actually, are we frozen again? Might be frozen. Yeah, I don't want to run in a web browser. Godot engine. Twitch. Log in. GD Twitch. All right, let's look. Let's look in Twitch in here. Search for Twitch. Twitch chat manager or gift. Oh, you might have a workaround. Oh, do tell. Do I know machine learning? Not so much, no. I think it'd be fun to get into, but I think a lot of people kind of overuse it. I think it's useful for really big things, and they don't stop at something that works and that's proven, like some statistics, which I guess you could categorize as machine learning. Like it's like machine learning, right? My statistics model optimized. But yeah, if you have a workaround, I'd like to hear it. So it is useless for normal people? Or normal people? I I mean, you just have to have a lot of data for machine learning. And it needs to be like a ton of data. Not ready yet? Okay. Because what I can think of is actually opening a little browser or something. You can actually have it running a web server too. Hold on a sec. All right. Yeah, I think our next attempt is really just going to be opening something on localhost, having a little web server running, pop up in a browser, go to that. Can Godot open a browser? Script, search help, open. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. Smell parser node. OS. Shell open? Ugh. I mean, we can make HTTP requests. Nay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, coffee's being made. I gotta wrap up. All right. So we could do HTTP requests, right? But we don't have anything that can host Twitch's webpage. Hmm. Asset lib browser. No browser. Web? Chrome? And I'd be happy to embed something like that. All right. Well, I'm getting called in, so we're gonna raid someone. Where's Kitty? Oh, there it is. What's the whole procedure of HTTP request? You mean from like making the or like OAuth? Sadly, I'd like to get into that. I actually had that as an interview question like forever ago, but it was good. Oh, having meanderings. All right. Which one? Which one of the rust? This one or the concept of an HTTP request? Oh, you have to be working in a large company to completely learn machine learning, right? Uh, Not entirely. You just need to have enough data and know the answers that sorts of answers you want. I see. All right. All right. We're gonna raid. Oh, come on. Like, what is port 80? Port 80 is just that's a register port that an unsecure HTTP request is made upon. Right? It's a TCP port. So I gotta get running, but all right, y'all. I gotta get running. All right. What is this? Torres Johnson. Yeah, definitely. Reach out next time on this, because we can go through this. If you don't understand what how an HTTP request works, I'm more than happy to actually go through the whole process with you. From like DNS to everything else. So, till next time. Bye, y'all.